IP20 festival, the first festival of this 4 weeks. We're playing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the next 4 weeks. This is day 3, so we've had 2 cracking days here at the Mardyke. Some really good cricket yesterday, a record-breaking day. You were tuned in yesterday to see Stephen Doherty hit the highest score ever in the IP20 tournament. He'll be in action this afternoon, so hopefully you can stay with us for that. But first up, it's the Northern Derby with the Northwest Warriors taking on the Northern Knights. And the Warriors have won the toss, and as is the norm these days, winning the toss means you're in the field. So the Northern Knights will be batting first. Today's umpires on your screen there, you can see Johnny Kennedy on screen, and Mark Hawthorne is at square leg, as has been all the way this week. My partner in crime here beside me, Isabel Joyce. Welcome, Izzy.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, it was a big day yesterday, wasn't it? We were discussing some of the stats. 45 sixes in the day yesterday. I've never heard of there being more sixes than fours, 44 fours. So I wonder if that's a record as well, there being more sixes hit than fours.
Well, that's a great shout, because yeah, when I heard that myself, I thought 45 sixes in a day. It's almost unthinkable. But we could be in for something similar today. Same ground. We're all set. Graham Hume, ball to Paul Stirling. Down the leg side to start with. Takes the pad and just trickles into the leg side. So yeah, we're on the same pitch as day 1. Just a little bit to the left as we look at it. Pitch we were on yesterday is the one just to the right there, 2 to the right. So not much of a difference. So yeah, should be some fireworks today again.
Yeah, we didn't see many fireworks from these two. We were talking them up a lot. Paul Stirling, Ross Adair, destructive opening pair. Graham Hume bowled beautifully yesterday for Northwest Warriors. Oh, and he's cut Ross Adair in half.
Yeah, Ross Adair, as is one, hanging up there, but just nice little ball from Hume, first up to him. We got on him a little bit quicker. We've talked a lot this week about batters having to just spend a little bit of time to give themselves the pace of the pitch, the bounce of the pitch. Again, we're changing surface. It's not massively different, as I've said, but just to have a look.
I think the key is that you know the boundaries straight are short, you know the pitch is really good, so there's no panic that you have to score a boundary in your first 3 or 4 balls. So rather than, it's not necessarily a case of blocking a few, it's just to maybe rotate the strike a little bit. Obviously if it's in your area you send it, but yeah, you can really catch up quite quickly. So there shouldn't really be a panic first 3, 4 balls. Ross Adair goes straight into attack mode though, that second delivery. Edged and 4, and it's a no ball. So in some ways solace for Graham Hume, because if it had gone to hand it still wouldn't have been out, but he's hitting some very testing lengths and we've seen a good bit of shape as well.
Well, I thought I heard a cry of no ball, but I definitely heard the ball was bowled. I definitely heard it.
I think it was Andy Balburney, just frustration that it went past him. So not a no ball, in fact.
So just to make sure we're not on a free hit. Possibly we are, because Ross Adair just decides to go downtown. Did not move there. Just, that is the original stand and deliver. Straight down the ground.
We've had the first 4 now, we've had the first 6. Look at the strength here, because no foot movement, just up on the toes. Uses all the strength of those forearms and sends it.
So there's your catch up straight away, you've mentioned. 2 top balls followed by 2 boundaries. Into the leg side. Cameron Melly has been out there all week. He does well. Keeps it down to 1. And the first over of today's play is completed. Northern Knights 12 without loss.
So Northwest Warriors began the week with a win on Tuesday, and then they were brought back down to earth yesterday. A heavy loss in that one. The Leinster Lightning bouncing back. In fact, all 4 teams have one win in the tournament, which for me it makes it really exciting, because we have 4 of these in a row, these festivals. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, moving around the country. Next week it's Stormont, then Breedy, and then Pembroke.
That's the circle we're on here, the road trip we've got. Route 66 or something around Ireland. But yeah, you're right. 4 teams have won. Both these teams winning on day 1, but now having to bounce back after defeats yesterday. David O'Sullivan. Trademark shot from Rossa there. Again, really staying still. Gets up on his toes and hits that one through point, but just for a single.
We've seen some interesting fields, haven't we, this week, because of how short it is straight. So there's a slip, a short kind of square third, backward point in place. The 2 out are cover and kind of deep mid-wicket, more so than square. Paul Stirling missed out yesterday. Just 9 from 9 deliveries.
That's in action again. Cameron Millie, 3rd time already in 2 overs. Yeah, you're right. The fields have been different, let's say, and particularly behind the wicket. You know, we've seen umbrella fields almost behind square at times, and yet batters still managing to get it through the field. So it has been different, but nothing wrong with that, to see different options.
Oh, a slash danced down, and it wasn't the right delivery for Rossadair. Obviously, he decided before the ball was delivered he was going to come down, so it's a bit of a gamble. That one just shooting through.
Head and hands from David O'Sullivan. Suggest that was pretty close to the off stump.
Oh, and again cut in half. And once again the head and the hands.
Yeah, pretty demonstrative there from David O'Sullivan. That was a good ball. Again, tight, not given there any width at all. That's the ball right there. You can't go too short though. He'll pull through the mid-wicket area. So it's a small margin.
A little bit of a hack, but not great contact. So Gerald Wilson keeps it to 1. I just wonder, does Rossadair need to try and hit it so hard? He's practicing the shot again there, and I reckon just a little bit better technique. Get the high elbow out, trust to your strength. He only needs to clear mid off. Good to see Andy McBride out on the field. We didn't see him in the field yesterday. He got hit in the shoulder, I think, when he was batting. So they missed his 4 overs. Edged and flies away. So David O'Sullivan, frustration aplenty in an eventful over. 3 singles in the boundary to finish. The wry smile from him. It's a batter's world, isn't it? 19 without loss after 2.
Yeah, 3 times in the over we see the hands up to the head, and even that one he looks to the heavens, because yeah, there the hands go up. Decent over from O'Sullivan, just the singles until that last ball, and a moral victory, let's say, for the bowler. And that took the edge, but well wide of Balbirnie. It's the second edge we've seen already, wide of slip. Although that one hasn't gone out of the ground in terms of height, it does seem to have disappeared into the hedges, and only black out already with a new ball. Yeah, not confident of starts, let's say, from the Knights in terms of stroke making. Just the one from Rossett there that's really come off the middle of the bat. But Still 19 without loss. We've seen all week how often wickets are key. It is always in T20 cricket, but particularly here at the Mardike. Getting off to that good start gives you options later on. Saw the Warriors yesterday get off to a flying start, but then didn't really capitalise on it at all.
Yeah, wickets is the only way to stem the flow. Sometimes in T20 cricket you can bowl well and bowl to your field and get only hit for singles. Not in the Mardike, because if someone's in, they're hitting boundaries.
Yeah, I think we basically saw the fruits of wickets yesterday with the Lightning. They just didn't worry at all about going at 10, 12, 13 and over at times, as long as they were picking up wickets.
I don't think I've ever seen Paul Stirling play that shot. Graham Hume got excited, but nobody else went with him.
You took the words right out there. I don't think I've ever seen Paul Stirling play a ramp shot now. I'm sure there'll be people out there who'll clip them up, but I don't often see him doing that. But again, it just shows the dimensions of the ground where people are thinking.
Yeah, you have to decide beforehand that you're going to play that shot, and unluckily for Paul Stirling, it's probably the exact length you don't want when playing the ramp. You want it fuller or shorter. Goes back to normal shots for him.
Yeah, just talking about the Warriors yesterday. I mean, look at back at the game. They still not win you too many games. They lost wickets in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th overs yesterday. So one in every over from the 3rd to the 7th. So it's going to put the muckers on your top order there. You know, even though they were off to a flyer, it's really going to slow up your run rate if batters are continually coming in and having to start look again. It's not going to give you a momentum through the innings.
Just not looking comfortable at all, Paul Stirling. So used to seeing clean contact from him. Known as one of the cleanest strikers of the ball going around. Graham Hume, a canny operator.
Yep. A few top balls coming here in these opening 3 overs. Yeah, cuts a little frustrated figure there at the moment. Paul Stirling. And as you say, doesn't take long to catch up. A couple in the middle here if he gets away. Happy to turn over the strike.
Yeah, brilliant over so far from him. One delivery remaining. They've had a little bit of luck, these two. 2 edges haven't gone to hand. Ross Adair has been cut in half a couple of times. The ball's gone over the stumps. Sometimes you need a bit of luck to get you going. Change in field. Mid wicket goes back. So 2 out on the leg side for Ross Adair. Short ball, and it's a good plan, really good plan. Can't get hold of it. Chases it, and Balbirnie, he'd been moved out of slip a couple of deliveries before. He's in 45, takes an easy catch, and the dangerous Ross Adair goes.
Andre Balbirnie's been in the hot zones recently in international cricket in the ODIs, and then here at the Mardike as well. Took one yesterday, low to his right. That one he was in the unfamiliar position of leg side 45, but Ross Adair's managed to pick him out. As you can see, short ball was kind of telegraphed. He's actually done remarkably well to get it round there, Ross Adair. But it went straight to Balbirnie. We're looking straight at it. Comfortable catch. And the first wicket down, Ross Adair goes for just 14. And hadn't been the most auspicious starts from the Knights. Hadn't had too many in the middle, and that continued there. And that's maybe the little bit of luck that goes. Sometimes those can fly away. We've seen that all week where they fly away for 4 or even 6. That one goes to hand. And Warriors will be delighted to see the back of Ross Adair. Jared Wilson on the screen. He'll come on to replace David O'Sullivan, new man at the middle. Banging form, Kate Carmichael.
Yeah, Jared Wilson's had a tough week. I think it's fair to say 2 for 24, so he did get the 2 wickets, but 2 for 24 in the first game. So expensive, and 0 for 17 from 1 over yesterday. Sterling helps that on its way. A little bit tucked up for him, but has the hands to catch up with it and send it backward of square for 4.
Yeah,
6 in fact.
Yeah, it is 6. It's gone all the way. I actually said it was the same change for the Warriors yesterday. Jared Wilson came on the 4th over, and said yesterday I thought Tim Tector might go for Jared Wilson, and he did. He took him for that 17 off that over, and we're going to see something similar here after that first ball. Could be a wide and is.
Not a bad plan. Just try and keep it away from Paul Sterling. He has protection in cover, and he has to be wide enough that Sterling can't lift him over mid-off. So the plan is good, just the execution not quite there.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of that this week, trying to keep it away. But it is a difficult skill, not a great deal of margin.
What a delivery that is. Good comeback. Lovely bounce and carry. Well, I think one of the things about bowling at the wide line is you spend your whole career, all of your practicing, bowling at the stumps. So to change that and aim for the wide line, you practice it a lot less. So it's not as easy as you would think. He's abandoned that plan somewhat. He decided good length outside off.
Wasn't the worst ball. But as we mentioned, may change it up again here.
Lovely contact.
Lovely timing. Not great running, you'd have to say. Seeing how that side really should be 2, unless it's straight at the fielder on the boundary. Probably should be getting back for 2.
Yeah, I just wonder, he hit it so well. It got to the fielder very, very quickly, so don't mind him not running a second there. But Cade Carmichael on strike now. He's had a good week with bat and ball in hand. 55 yesterday from just 19 deliveries. He was the man that we thought had a chance of chasing down that mammoth target of 216 for a victory. Wasn't to be. McBride had to do a lot of work there. Just kept on leaving him.
Yep, not keeping Andy McBride out of the action. As you say, got a bit of a bang on the shoulder. Missed the second innings. Able deputy for him in that innings. Drew Balburney stepped in.
Slower delivery, but again too wide. Mark Hawthorne raises the arms. Yeah, it must have been nice to know that you've got the former white ball captain stepping into your shoes.
Yeah, real strength for the Warriors, their leadership. Now that Andrew Balburney has moved up to play for the Warriors.
Yeah, I think all the teams now, because of how long the competition's been going on, all the teams have a good leadership group within them. The Northwest Warriors, obviously, Andy McBride, a very experienced leader, and then he's got Andrew Balburney there that deputised from yesterday. Northern Knights, it's Neil Rock who has the captaincy, but he's got Paul Sterling, who he can turn to for advice whenever he wants. Munster Reds, Stephen Doherty has PJ Moore. So gets out of the over, does Wilson, 10 from it. After 4, 31 for 1.
Yeah, and just to finish that, the Lightning pretty much of everybody.
yeah. Lorcan Tucker has George Dockrell to turn to, but a plethora of other people he can look to.
That's kind of what we're trying to get to in the tournament. It's not just about You're playing learning skills and captaincy roles and leadership roles throughout the team, and younger players coming in. We saw quite a few on Tuesday. That'll stand them in good stead, playing with the better quality players and learning in the, if they've hung around now, the internationals have come on board, the training, what's required at this level, take that back into their club sides, and it just all filters down. And as we talked about yesterday, really like the fact that some of the Ireland coaches are here with the teams and filtering down the message that comes from national standards. David O'Sullivan, switch ends.
They've managed to close that gap.
That's the area we're talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been difficult. Scott Macbeth on that occasion.
Both teams, I think, started their warm-ups this morning at the same time they did on Tuesday, but they're all getting through their warm-ups that bit quicker, aren't they? It's day 3, so they were all finished and off the pitch 20 minutes before start time. And just doesn't manage to cut that off. Sam Topping, watch out, our cameraman Gleb. He's been in the firing line.
He did well, just swayed to the left there like a boxer. Let it go past him.
Yeah, don't be a hero, Gleb. It's just kept on leaving Sam Topping. I think he spotted that Kate Carmichael had just shifted down leg side and looked to follow him. Followed him too far. We've seen a few 5 wides, haven't we? Costly yesterday. Robbie Miller.
Robbie Miller, yeah.
2 5 wides, and he only went for 23. There's another wide. He only went for 23, so without those 2 5 wides, it would have been 3 for 13 for him from 3 overs.
They were career best figures for him anyway, but as you say, just those 2 deliveries really costing him. Bowled well though. Interesting to see today. At what stage do they turn to him?
Better, but a great shot. Cade Carmichael, he's in the form of his life. You miss by a couple of inches and you get sent for 4. Just a tiny bit, a few inches too short to be a Yorker, and David O'Sullivan punished.
Yeah, you talked about it with Ross there. Cade Carmichael not overhitting there. Just proper cricket shot, as you would say. Just letting the ball come on. Playing through the line, straight down the ground. 4, and that precipitates a field change with the slip coming out into mid-wicket.
And wouldn't you know it, I think that was unintentional, to be fair to Cade Carmichael. I think he knew the slip had come out, so he targeted the other end of the ground, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, about the 4th or 5th time we've seen Sullivan's hands go to head there, but say, he's opened the face a little. Not sure one way or the other there, but it's gone for 4 either way. Big over here. Just be 1. There's Robbie Miller down there. Cuts that off for 1.
15 from the over so far. Those wides costly. Always when you look at wides, it's not just about how many runs have been added to the total, but the extra ball. How many are these 2 deliveries going to go for? They've bowled well to Paul Sterling, just 13 from 13 deliveries. I think it was a long day yesterday when he was out early, so he's maybe a little bit more watchful today.
Yeah, just as he got out yesterday, I was just saying about I'd like him to just go on here and try and build an innings, but he could be away and is. Just saying about building an innings, and that's taking the edge of his bat. And he's gone again. Early, 13 from 14 deliveries. Nicely bowled from O'Sullivan. Through to the keeper Topping. And as I was saying, the word frustrating. A frustrating couple of days for Paul Stirling. He's gone for 13.
End of the 5th over as well with that delivery, 46 for 2. And yeah, just a bit of a nothing shot that from Paul Stirling. Pushed that one. I think he'll look back and think, oh, could I've attacked that delivery a little bit more. Just left him ever so slightly, and an easy catch for Sam Topping behind the stumps. But Paul Stirling, I think, yeah, you're not going to leave it alone. A little bit too close to the stumps to leave it alone, but maybe go at it a little bit harder. You never know, it might fly past the keeper instead, or even fly through the covers, but not to be. 46 for 2 after 5, and the two openers from the Northern Knights, a quiet couple of days for them.
Yep, brought in 2 in form from day 1, and in fact day 2, they were going well yesterday as well, these two. Morgan Topping, 29 on his back there. But yeah, you mentioned about how many runs did it go for in the extra ball. It actually worked out for the
yeah, that's
for
true.
the Warriors, because they've nicked the wicket with the extra ball. Big wicket too. And again, all the runs over 9 and over in the power play. 2 wickets already. And if Chad Wilson was to get another here in the last over, then it'll be a real bonus for the Warriors. They'll feel they're right on top.
Beautiful contact, but straight to Melly in the deep.
Yep, slightly different for the Knights here. Chased here, but on the set of target here, and it is difficult. They've talked about it all week. The captains, all the captains that have been out there, have all talked about how difficult it is to defend on this Mordate ground. That's a beautiful ball from Wilson. First up to Topping.
Yeah, slip goes back in, slightly wider from Andy Balburney. But we've seen as well from all the captains, when they take a wicket, they're happy to keep attacking and look to see can they take back-to-back wickets. That's the surest way to put the other team under the pump. Lovely technique down the ground, and would you believe that just almost a defensive shot from Topping gets him off the mark. Well, yeah, gets him off the mark with the boundary.
Well, that's what you're talking about earlier. You don't have to overhit here. That literally was just a push. But the crack off the bat again. I've talked about the sound off the bat these days. It sometimes it takes me. It does sound like the proverbial gunshot. That just, as soon as it beat Jared Wilson, you kind of knew it was running away for 4, straight down the ground.
It kept Josh Wilson in mid-on interested for a very long time, and then skipped away. A lovely stop in point, well, half stop from Scott Macbeth. They'll just come through for a single.
Brought up the 50 for the Knights, that boundary. Just see in front of us here. May just come on your screen. Just missed him there. It was Andy McBride. Just going through a little warm-up, but did look a little bit ginger with it. Just to see if he bowls. Stayed low.
Stayed low, but I don't think it's the right length for that shot, really.
Yeah.
So, dot to finish that one. Power play is over, and the Northern Knights 52 for 2.
So 52 for 2 in the power play. See that Warriors will be pretty pleased with that, getting the 2 openers. This is a big partnership here. These 2 guys have been in form over the 2 days. A couple of 50s off very few deliveries, both of them. So I did mention we saw McBride going through a few stretches and he perhaps didn't look overly comfortable, but as is the name on his badge, he's a warrior. He's happy to get into the fray, and he's going to bowl here. First over outside the power play.
Yeah, they missed him yesterday, and actually defending a low total, the Northwest Warriors did a pretty good job against the Leinster Lightning. All out for 130 they were themselves, but they managed to take, was it 6 wickets?
Yep, he did mention that when I spoke to him earlier. The positive they took out of it was that they got 6 wickets and the Lightning a little bit of a fright. Gavin Hoyt finished it off pretty quickly at the end, but a couple of overs in that towards the back end that you thought maybe, just maybe, we referenced it, but the Lightning got over the line.
I was talking to Barry McCarthy afterwards, and he was voicing his frustration that the batters didn't do their job, especially after the bowlers had done so well. So he's not counting himself as a batsman yet. So outside the power play, 5 fielders are allowed on the boundary. McBride's opted for square, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and kind of a backward point. So just 4 fielders on the offside. There's a lot of real estate to cover out there on the offside.
Yeah, just as you say that, Isabel, my lack of surprise that Barry McCarthy's blaming the batters. Yeah, he should have had his feet up thinking that was done. We did our job.
Could change of pace there for McBride, quicker through the air. Well, I was talking to him wondering, is he counting himself as an all-rounder yet? But obviously not.
I think he was up at 8, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, he was. Which, you know, is probably 1 spot lower than your usual all-rounders.
I thought you were going to say 1 spot lower than he thinks he should be batting. Why given? A fairly disgruntled Andrew McBride there.
Safe to say he doesn't agree. Just slightly bailed on that one. Cade Carmichael. Maybe not quite as short as he'd first imagined, so bunts it leg side. Good start from McBride, just 5 from his first 5 deliveries. He thinks his over should be done and dusted. Johnny Kennedy saw it differently and gave a wide. Couple of deliveries go.
But yeah, get over. We've seen these 2 going after the spinners quite early. But this time, Andy McBride bowls on a good length, good pace, and just singles off the over plus the wide. Some good stuff from Andy McBride. We're well used to it. I want to see Josh Wilson. He bowled reasonably well yesterday in a loss. We're absolutely delighted to have a guest coming on here today. Isabel's going to take a little break here. But a man I've spoken to before, and I've got him back on today. He's even become more involved in Munster cricket if that's possible. Welcome to Glenn Brokenshire. Welcome, Glenn. Good to have you with us.
Morning, Ellie. How are you?
I'm very well. Day 3 of the festival. It's been really, really good here so far. Weather has helped, no doubt. It always does when we get good weather, but all the facilities here at Cork County have been great. So lovely to have you with us. I say Josh Wilson going to come on here. So we've talked before, Glenn, but I mentioned you've been in a few roles here in Munster cricket. Just give us a little quick resume of some of the things you get up to at the moment.
Okay, we'll just wait for this ball.
And that's edged again, flies down through the vacant slip area and goes for 4 straight away.
Right, so I'm the National Program Coordinator for Cricket Ireland through the auspices of the MCU, so I'd be responsible for overseeing and encourage clubs to engage in Smash It and its Wicket programs for boys and girls for Smash It, ages 5 to 9, and its Wicket for girls is aged 9 to 13 across the entire province.
Cameron Million business out there. These two will be quick. I mentioned it, probably missed out on it 2 earlier, but much quicker between the wickets. Morgan Topping and Carmichael is like a greyhound up and down there. So yeah, schools programs really important to try and get clubs involved as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're very cognizant of the fact that in order for cricket to flourish in the province, we need to get that connectivity with schools to become ingrained in the school physical education programs. So we're in around 50 schools currently across the province. So we're out there 5 days a week teaching youngsters the joys of our beautiful game.
Doing the groundwork for him, but he will get round. Well done.
And yeah, so just to provide that continuum from primary to secondary and on to tertiary as well. So we do transition year programs, we do primary programs, we've run out cricket, which is for young females, as a transition year pilot program in the mighty St Coleman's College in Middleton. So we had 40 teenage girls out on the pitch together, learning about the game, doing core strength and conditioning, and then bringing in cricketing elements as well. So they find it very empowering, and they're a fabulous group of girls. They're a real testament to the strength of the program.
Into the gap from Carmichael. Andrew Balburney might have thought he was in business there, but picked the gap. Was aerial. Carmichael goes to another boundary. He's moved on to 17. Yeah, it's something I'm actually involved in around about my club area as well, primary school sort of things. And you're right, I sort of run like a fundamental movement course that teach movements, hand-eye coordination, but then factor in a little bit of cricket basics to try and get them into the game. So is that the sort of idea you're looking at?
I think that's exactly right, Ali. I mean, physical literacy is so important with children. There are a lot more challenges for children these days. There are higher demands on their time, and it's really important to get them back to basics, the building blocks of how to move, how to catch, how to roll, how to throw, hand-eye coordination, balance, that sort of thing. So we bring all that in through our cricket program. So it's fun, it's educational, but it's real-world movement, which is so important. So we'd also work with quite a few children who might have some challenges. They might be slightly autistic, they might have movement issues, and it's so rewarding to see these kids progress without realizing they're doing it, just through the fun of the sessions that we roll out for them.
That'll be the first maximum towards the area we've talked about all week. It's going out the ground, I think, towards the tennis courts from Topping. See him on the back foot here, just waiting on this one. We've seen this quite a bit. Just goes on to the back foot, lets it come through him, lets his hands go through the ball. It's a favourite shot of Topping all the time, never mind during these 3 days. Excellent shot from Topping. He moves on to 21. So yeah, as I say, it's cricket is a wonderful sport for it, because you can do, even if you're not of the highest ability, you can do lots of things in cricket. You can throw ball, pick a ball up, bowling can be very, very rewarding for somebody if they get it right. So it's not like maybe a football or a rugby or hockey where you maybe don't get involved too much as a youngster. You can get involved. So it's a great game to get kids involved and play as a team.
Yeah, I think the beauty is, I mean, it's because it's essentially a non-contact sport. It gives children who maybe aren't into the GAA or rugby or soccer, full contact sports, it gives them an opportunity to shine on their own terms. But it's also a great leveler for the more physical sports like the GAA, because some of the movements that we have in cricket are fundamentally different, as in throwing, for example. You just don't throw the ball in hurling. So it presents a challenge to those boys and girls as well, and they seem to really enjoy it. Last week I was teaching cricket to a group of junior infants and senior infants in Hollyford in North Tip in a GAA handball, Ali, would you believe? So it was a really interesting contrast, but the children loved it and they're going to have us back. So it's all about continuity, going to the same schools year after year, bringing those children through into secondary where there's going to be a school program and into school league, and then getting the kids into clubs as well, either at academy level or slightly older, and through to hopefully represent their province if that's what they would like to do. Like yesterday when we had that stunning victory from the Reds, have to get that in there. We had the Munster under-17 lads sitting over on the boundary just before Stephen Doherty got to 100, and then 15 or 16 balls later, he's on 150, and they saw that and witnessed firsthand the speed of the field and the speed of the throwing. So, and they're facing into their Inter-Pro series starting essentially next week. So it was a really timely session for them to see these guys who are complete professionals, in my opinion, on the field. And it was a showcase from Stephen Doherty in particular, and then Ben White with the ball to be, to get a bit of stick, but then to stick to his task and his mission and to pick up a five for it was exhilarating, and we all loved every second of it.
And we've just talked about sort of some of the Ireland coaches being involved in this tournament, but there's a really good point you make there in terms of, they can the under-17s, for example, there, who are obviously good cricketers, but they can see what's required at this level. The dedication of the players in terms of warm-ups and even on the ground, what's happening during a game. You can't switch off. So it's kind of what these festivals are about a little bit, getting players to watch the high-quality players and aim to replicate it.
Yeah, I think the beauty of the festival format isn't just the cricket, it's everything that's associated with it. I mean, the lads can watch the pro players over there in the tents. They can see what they're eating healthy snacks. The physio's there, the ambulance is here. So they're taking in the whole range of what it's an immersive experience, isn't it? They can see what's required. They need to look after themselves physically, mentally, apply themselves to their training. And have the right attitude if they're going to celebrate cricket in the spirit it's designed to be played. So it was a huge win, and the under-17 coach, Mark Adrianatos, who's the pro here, of course, at County, he's done amazing work with the lads to help put into context what they're learning in the nets into the field of play. So we're hopeful of a good performance this year in Inter-Pros and to see the lads progress.
Yeah, mentioned him earlier on. Here is Robbie Miller. He's had 2 good outings with the ball so far. Career best figures yesterday. Leg spinner. That'll be well outside off stump, as you can see there, but a bit of a surprise possibly that he's been in the squad, but he's certainly grabbed his opportunity. And again, that's what these festivals are about. Somebody maybe not expected to play, taking their opportunity, running with it. A little bit short, but gets away with it. So yeah, in terms of your roles overall in Munster, I know you've taken up umpiring as well, so you're out and about in the league and doing a lot of umpiring at the minute.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy it, and big shout out to our Declan Early, who said to me when I was doing my course with him, "You'll never look at cricket the same way again. You'll be analysing everything," and yep, he was right. But I love it, I'm umpiring Premier League, Premier Division matches and First Div. But it's also more than that. It's a really useful way to report back to the coaches at the Munster Heat and Red setup, principally through Jeremy, who's so receptive to feedback. We can identify new talent much earlier by observing them play and umpiring them, and helping players to address maybe technical inadequacies, let's say, or challenges, and it's just really helping speed the process up. So yeah, I love the umpiring. It's great crack.
Miller to continue. He's been good over so far. Throws that one up and beats Carmichael. Yeah, you can see on screen there the National Programme Coordinator, as we've mentioned. I'm just going to say something. It might embarrass you a little bit here, but a lot to do with, I can understand a lot of coaching development and stuff, like trying to get kids involved. Sometimes comes down to the coaching, but it also comes down to a little bit of enthusiasm from the person running it. And I know from speaking to you, you really love your cricket, and it's just that enthusiasm that comes across. And I think young people can sense that. And if there's a little bit of give back from the coach, not just in the actual coaching itself, but a little bit of enthusiasm for cricket, it does encourage the kids a little bit.
No, I think you're right. I mean, having a good approach and attitude, and always supporting the kids, no matter if they're having a good or bad day, because you don't know what these kids are going through at home or at school. So if a young girl is having a bad day, she might have had a bad day at school. We've got to be there to support them. If a young boy's had a bad day, he might be having other issues. So our role is very much to mentor and support the children no matter what.
Yeah, and get them involved in it.
Absolutely.
In a great sport, and as we talked about, not just about the sport itself, it's being part of a community and a club and just feeling part of it. Sweep from Carmichael.
Yeah, I'm very lucky to work with two high-quality school and club engagement officers in Rory O'Reilly and Hugh Harvey Kelly. We cover Munster from Waterford to Dingle and up towards the North Tip. But I'm going to give a bit of a plug for the MCU because we're currently hiring. We're looking for a new school and club engagement officer because our wonderful Rory and his lovely wife are off to warmer climates, although today wouldn't be the case, but they're off to Australia. So we are actively recruiting for a new school and club Oh my days.
Yeah, rock off the back. I was just checking there about the last couple of overs have been good from the Warriors, Miller and McBride, but don't see one of those too often. Take a picture of that one, Glenn, because a short ball from Andy McBride, it doesn't happen too often, and Morgan Topping all over it.
The sound off the bat was just exquisite, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we're recruiting. So if anyone out there who has got a background in cricket or just loves sport, working with children, give us a shout. You can contact us through the MCU website, munstercricket.ie, or you can contact myself at programs@munstercricket.ie, and we would love to hear from you. It's a very rewarding role. You're out and about, and you'd be working with kids from primary through to secondary, and working with clubs as well to help bring the club game along. Because we now have 13 clubs in Munster. A new club, Waterford Vikings, joined us this year. So it's a really rewarding role, and we would encourage anyone who has an interest to get in touch with us as soon as you can.
9 off the over there. One cracking shot from Morgan Topping. One perhaps a little bit more fortunate. Ponder Edge goes for 4. So yeah, the schools programmes are your main priority, but also Munster cricket in general, and that all links together, as you've said. Getting the schools, it'll take a little bit of time for that to filter through to senior level, but get the schools up and running, the under-17s programmes. I know you're very involved in that as well, and generally trying to promote Munster cricket right throughout the country.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, a major modality is through the Smash It and its cricket camps, which are a great program from Cricket Ireland. It makes it so easy for clubs to run these camps. It's all broken down into modules. We train the activators. And yeah, it's just a great way to introduce children to a sport they may not have ever experienced before in a fun, safe and inclusive environment. So boys and girls of, if you're aged between 5 and 13, we have something for you at your local club. Yeah,
it's a terrific programme. So just wait for this delivery from Miller. That's thrown up. That's in the air. It's a chance. And Scott Macbeth backs up and he does get it. It's not actually Scott Macbeth. That's his usual spot. Looks like it's Harry Zimmerman actually maybe on the field. Substitute. That's Scott Macbeth's usual spot, so apologies to Scott there, but Harry Zimmerman's pretty happy
Nice catch.
With that, he backpedaled. And a big wicket for the Warriors. Morgan Topping just looked to be getting into his work there. But it's a ball we've talked about all week. That one floated out upside off and has created a little bit of problem. And on this occasion, Topping gets a top edge. You can see sort of makes a little bit of a meal of that one. Let's say, but he hangs on, and that's the important thing. And Topping goes, and the Knights are now 92 for 3, and their skipper comes to the middle, Neil Rock. So yeah, I mean, obviously Munster cricket is the newest province, and it does take time to develop all these things. But as I say, with yourself and all of the people that are working in the province and seeing what we're seeing yesterday, lots of players from Cork County, Cork Harlequins now coming along and playing interprovincial cricket. Munster's going places, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's so important. I mean, big shout out to my club mate Matty Brewster, who made his debut for the Reds there 2 days ago, and it's just fantastic to see. I mean, I call him a youngster compared to me, he definitely is, but he looks so at home out there, and he acquitted himself very well, and the club's very proud. But the most important thing about having local talent is it becomes aspirational for our local homegrown players to see that if Matt Brewster can get a cap for the Reds, then that opens the door for them if they apply themselves and work hard. That with a coach like Jeremy Bray, who's keen to promote local talent, that opportunity will present itself along the way for them. So we're delighted with that.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, seeing these top players down here, it's been fantastic. Single again. So again, Robbie Miller coming to the fore here for the Warriors. I've mentioned it a few times that the Eglinton player has really stood up these 3 games, and that's again the real benefit of this festival. You can go back to back and put a couple of performances together, which can really shoot you up and get you a place in the team, and then you can develop. And as I say, there's another 3 days next week and then 3 after that, so you can build a little bit of a platform for your career. So you just see this over out. That'll be a single taken. Just 4 runs from the over. Miller goes through his second. He's just gone for 7 and takes the wicket of Topping. And after 12 overs, the Northern Knights 95 for 3. So in terms of just Munster, finally, Glenn, what's the future look right now for Munster cricket?
Well, we're continually benchmarking against the other provinces. There's no question that we know we have a development curve that we need to maintain. So the first thing is getting cricket established in primary and secondary, which is something that's happened in other provinces for decades, if not longer. So we've started that path. We have goals in mind. We know where we want to be, and we're just ticking off the KPIs basically on the way. So when I spoke with you this time last year, essentially, we were just starting out, but we can already see the structures starting to fall into place with the support from management at Munster Cricket. We can really see the path forward for us. So it's exhilarating and it's exciting. There's a lot of hard work to come, but we're not work shy. So we will stick at it and keep bringing our sport to the next generation of Munster Red players.
Yep, absolutely. As I said, it is Cricket Ireland. It's not just Cricket Leinster, and it's great to see the Northwest out here today and Munster Reds taking full part. Beautiful ball from McBride. Comes away from the left-hander. Really supporting everything that you're doing down here in terms of trying to get the kids involved and developing that pathway from primary school. Up goes McBride. The spinners are really doing a great job here for the Warriors. McBride at one end, Robbie Miller at the other. So yeah, we wish you all the best in all your many guises, Glenn. As I say, that enthusiasm comes through every time we speak to you down here and all on social media. And obviously we didn't even touch on your photography, which is a big part of your day job as well. All the photographs, you see quite a lot of those about.
No, we love all aspects, so I really enjoy it. So I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to come on, have a bit of a chat. And I'll get back up there and keep clicking, and hopefully they'll appear on the Cricket Island website sooner rather than later. But no, it's great, it's fantastic, and I'm very grateful to you.
Absolutely, and we'll probably see a few of those today. I mean, you'll be cheering on the Reds again today, no doubt.
That's it, that's it. Cheers, Alec.
Glenn Brokenshire,
Thank you
who is the National Programme Coordinator here in Munster. And as you've heard over the past 15 to 20 minutes, he's well involved in Munster cricket, and we wish him all the best. And everyone in Munster cricket who is pushing to try and get the province to the best level that it can be. So, delighted to have Izzy back with me now. You've had a little break there, Izzy, to have a look at what's going on, and the Warriors ticking along nicely here.
Yeah, I just took a little break, and they've run through a few overs, as they usually do when McBride's bowling. 13 gone, 96 for 3. I was looking on my phone to see how many overs had gone. I couldn't believe I don't know at what point I went off. I think after 7. So all of a sudden, 6 overs have gone by. They've stifled well. That just one run in that over.
Yeah, and there's your card, and top 4 all getting the double figures, but not at the usual strike rate you'd be looking at. You know, not really the 150 strike rates there. You know, possibly topping the only one really that's getting up to that level, but he's gone. So Carmichael just a run a ball at the moment. Miller to continue. And again, as I mentioned, he's been very, very good again so far. Just now 8 from his 13 deliveries on the wicket of topping. So yeah, the spinners have just squeezed a little bit. Yeah, we're into the 14th over.
Yeah, he's been really impressive for me, Miller. He's been a wicket taker for the Northwest Warriors. Good bit of fielding in the deep. That looked like it might be going all the way for 4, but just the 2. Backing up the bowler in the field. But yeah, he's been a bit of a breath of fresh air for the Northwest Warriors. Has Robbie Miller, a point of difference for them. He's been a wicket taker down the week. 2 wickets in the first game, 3 yesterday, 1 already today. And just about takes that off his stumps, Cade Carmichael. Well, that was very, very close, but he manages to send it for 4, and that brings the 100 up for the Northern Knights.
Yeah, he just got his bat down on that in time. Just dipped on him a little bit, as I think spinners can often do, and he just got a bottom edge on that as he was on the sweep. Again, runs away very quickly to that far end from us, picks up the boundary. Again, nicely bowled. Miller saw topping opening up the offside, but he's thrown it wide.
And Neil Rock is taking his time. He doesn't want to go cheaply today. Didn't get a bat in the first game. Went for naught in his first delivery yesterday. Bounced out. And he just looks like someone who's doesn't want to give his wicket away. And sometimes that means you play within yourself, overthinking things. Neil Rock, the captain of this Northern Knights team.
And literally was just about to say if one shot could change all of that. He's beaten me to it there. I wanted to wait to the end of the over, but he's beaten me to it. I was just going to say that one shot could just trigger an innings here for Neil Rock, and Robbie Miller throws that one outside the off stump, and Rock throws his hands through it, and that's a good area for everyone this week. That 3 has taken a bit of a battering. Yet another one hits it. Goes for 6. Ruins Miller's figures a little bit, but still 3 overs, 1 for 21. Excellent. McBride finished his spell. Look at that economy rate there. Brilliant from McBride, just 4.75. Excellent from the skipper. We weren't even sure he was going to bowl today, but just shows how much they missed him yesterday.
Yeah, it could have been a different game actually if he'd been able to bowl yesterday. I'll be delighted he woke up fresher today. They've got plenty of options to go to. Josh Wilson might not get another bowl, but it's going to be Macbeth who gets his first bowl from the far end, the Mardyke walk end. So off spin replaces off spin.
Yeah, 6 to go. 15th over, you're getting your first ball. Macbeth, well, the Knight's target. Like I said, should just be one.
Carmichael's really important to this innings for the Northern Knights, just hitting it so cleanly. But if Neil Rock can continue after that 6, then he'll take a bit of the pressure off Cade Carmichael.
Steps to leg and plays that off his stumps.
Length really important against Neil Rock. He's so good down the ground. You can't get too full against him.
Like that.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Too full from Scott Macbeth, punished. Second 6 for Neil Rock.
Yeah, if you could have ran out there and asked Scott Macbeth to do exactly what you were talking about. Exactly that. Very easy swing of the bat.
Yeah, that's much better. Force him onto the back foot.
Yep, get them to play square on the offside. 2 men. One at point, one at backward point.
That was there to be hit.
Yeah, I think he's got away with that one.
Doesn't look comfortable on Neil Rock. I think he was eyeing up down the ground again there, Neil Rock, but thought better of it. Little scampered single. So Macbeth goes for 2 singles and the 6 in the over. 8 in all after 15. 118 for 3 are the Northern Knights. And I think important for them is that it's just 3 wickets down. There's the 6. He's a stylish batsman, Neil Rock. Very, very good to watch. So for the neutral, they'll want him to get in and get going. But a good platform. This from the Northern Knights, just 3 wickets down. So they probably only need to knock it around for 1 more over, and then they can really start to try and attack this Northwest Warriors bowling attack.
Yeah, 5 overs to go, as you say, and there's the platform set. But just thinking about totals here, you know, 190 on the first day for the Warriors. 215 was set yesterday, and it is a quick scoring ground. And obviously they've talked about, as I said, the captains have talked about difficult to defend, and sure want to be a good return here for the Knights. I'm sure they're looking at least 10 and over here for the last 5, which would get them up towards 170. I think that's a bare minimum.
Well, if they can do what the Munster Reds did yesterday, which was score heavily down the ground, another 6 off the bat of Neil Rock. 78 were added yesterday in the last 5 by Munster Reds. Something similar would put the Northern Knights right on top. And Neil Rock, I said the neutral would want him to get in, and this is why.
Yeah, not just a neutral. I think Neil Rock would like to get in, as you've mentioned. He's had a rough old couple of days sitting from the dugout.
Well read there by Wilson. Recognise that Neil Rock is trying to access that corner of the ground towards the tennis courts where there's a bit less space to play with for the fielder. Just sent it a little bit wider, opting to stay over the wicket against Neil Rock. And it's going to be another 6. This time much straighter. Look out, Gleb. Again. He's always in the firing line there, putting himself on the line so that we can bring you these shots. So it's 6 or dot at the moment for Neil Rock.
Yeah, dead straight. Again. Swing of the bat down the ground, that one. Pretty much as straight as you can get. As you say, 6 or dot at the minute. That's the ladder.
Nice little change up there. Slower into the pitch. Didn't read it very well there, Neil Rock. I think if you can force him to play on the back foot, it's a good option because he's just so good down the ground. As you say, a nice easy swing of the bat. He's one of those players that, and it's almost frustrating to watch because he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, he's one of those players that the ball goes a lot further than you actually think when he makes contact, because he is quite languid in his stroke. That one's carried through, a little bit of bounce. Give it as one for the over.
Yeah, needs to be careful. I know he wants to bowl short. He needs to be careful for the rest of the over that it doesn't go too short.
He's coming around the wicket. There's a little change for the last ball of the over.
An attempted reverse from Neil Rock. I think he almost gave up on the shot halfway through. So just the 2 sixes in that over. 16 gone, 130 for 3.
Yeah, it's it's just modern day that you go for 12 and you think, yeah, it's pretty decent. I'll take that with the 2 sixes. 4 dots, which is really important as well. 12 from it. 130 for 3, 4 to go. A conversation there between Carmichael and Rock. Seemed too perturbed at the situation. So Carmichael, as we say yesterday, okay, he was in chase mode of a big total, 215, set by the Leinster Lightning. He was 55 off just 19. He's trying to set a target today.
Picks out the fielder in the deep. Yeah, it was the Munster Reds he was chasing, wasn't it? Leinster Lightning had made a meal of almost made a meal of their chase against the Northwest Warriors.
Yeah.
So for Northwest Warriors, you'd think they're hoping to keep Northern Knights under 170. They bowl really well. Graham Hume has 2 overs left, so I think he'll bowl those 2 from the Mardyke walk end. He did bowl really well yesterday, but his final over, I think it was, went for a good few. And Neil Rock just trying to outthink the bowlers a little bit at the moment, rather than just having a plan for the different deliveries. Thirds up in the ring, but there's a deep backward point. It's an unusual field. We've seen a few of them. There's Andy McBride just in the middle of the ring and cover. An extra cover is on the boundary. Mid off inside the ring, so that's going to tell you that he's not going to try and pitch it up too much. Cloths it wide of the fielder in the deep. I think it's Andy Balbirnie out there.
Yep.
Finds a big pocket, so there'll be 2.
Not really timed again. Really quite strange to say when the ball's been disappearing. He's 31 off 24. He's not looked at his imperious best. Neil Rock, sometimes when he gets in, you kind of think every ball's going to disappear. Still time.
McBride calls himself underneath it, settles himself, catches. So Neil Rock, he was dealing in 6s, looked to hit another one and just caught the outside edge. Good catch from Andy McBride, and Graham Hume comes back on and breaks the partnership.
Yep. Neil Rock goes, as I was just saying. I know he's got 31 off 24. It's better than his last 2 days, but still, it's not the Neil Rock we're used to. Ball outside off again. Top edge, just straight up, and Andy McBride getting a good position. Got there early. Hands high and takes the catch. So another breakthrough for the Warriors, a very timely one. Just at the end of towards the end of the 17th over. It just means a new batter's got to come in. You could see Neil Rock had kept going and got set. Very dangerous and could cause a lot of damage. Ben Callets may have to just eat up a few balls here. Have a look at the pitch.
Left-hander replaces left-hander. Neil Rock did well to catch up. And remember, the first day, he didn't actually get a chance to bat.
Yep.
So it's just one game he missed out. That's great placement. And Andy McBride can't cut that off. Such a difficult ground to defend. Ben Callets comes in and gets a boundary straight away.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Neil Rock being very strong down the ground. For me, I've watched a good bit of Ben Callets. He's really good square. It's a cut shot in particular. Doesn't get many width at all. That would be a dictionary shot for Ben Callets right there.
Well, square legs on the ring. Doesn't manage to beat him either side. There was a change in the field the previous ball. Cover went out, so Hume went straighter and gets away with one. 17 gone. Northern Knights 137 for 4.
Yep, 3 to go. We talked about the 170, 180 mark. Still very possible, of course, given what we've seen for these past 2 days. As you mentioned, the Reds yesterday, but one guy was in a little bit of form yesterday at that time, so they piled on the runs towards the end.
Yeah, Cade Carmichael hasn't had that much of the strike of late, but 34 from 30, it's a much more measured innings from him. He's been very entertaining this week. Probably been in the top 5 in terms of entertainment with the bat in hand, but also with the ball.
So Sullivan back from the Sunday's well end.
Chance in the deep. Oh, it just doesn't quite carry. For I think it's Graham Hume there. Didn't maybe come off the rope quickly enough. Always difficult to judge those ones. What you don't want is to run underneath it and it go over your head. So you do have to take a second to try and get the measure of how quickly it's coming to you. Just wonder if he had taken off a little bit sooner, would he have given himself more of a chance?
Yeah, just a yard in it there. So that split second made the difference about at least attempting a catch. One. They'll take ones, the Warriors, for sure.
Well,
that's gone miles.
That's 6 ones all at once.
that's miles. Right over the top of our tent.
There's a big sound. It took a long time to make that sound. The ball, it was sent so high over our tent. Angling in at the left-hander. He's come around the wicket here, David O'Sullivan, and got either too full or not full enough. That's right in the slot. Ben Callets helps it on its way.
Yeah, I think that was the definition we're looking at. It wasn't too full, too short. It was slot. It was right in the slot.
I just wonder what he was trying to do. So,
Yeah.
like, obviously, it's all about execution. What was the plan? Was it to try and bowl it at his feet? Was it to bowl it into the pitch? Which way did he miss?
Yep.
And the next ball will be a good indication of what it was that he was actually trying to do. As soon as it got hit for 6, he was shaking his head as if to say, that
Yeah,
wasn't what I meant to
yeah,
do
he knew.
at all.
It wasn't his plan. Backs it up there. That's what you were saying. That's probably what he was trying to do. This time, singles are fine, but dot balls are gold. .44 for 4.
That was sharp. Into the pitch, into the body of Callets. Can't catch up with it. They do manage to switch ends. I think if they don't manage to score heavily in these last couple of overs now, the Northern Knights will be frustrated that, you know, if they get to 160, 170 with only 4 wickets down, they haven't paced the innings very well if that's the case. They need a big finish. That's not to say they won't be able to defend whatever it is they put on. Anything over 160 is always challenging, especially if you lose wickets in the power play.
Yeah, I think that's the word. They were frustrated yesterday. Losing out to the Reds.
Fielder in the deep there. Andy Balburney will keep that to 1. Just hasn't timed it as well, has he? Cade Carmichael today. Early in his innings, I thought it was coming off the bat nicely, but he just hasn't managed to score the boundaries nearly as heavily. But that man is enjoying hitting boundaries since he's come out. Second 6 in the over. It just makes such a difference if you can send it all the way over the rope. Ruins O'Sullivan's figures. He was ready and waiting for that one, Ben Callets.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. If the batter manages to guess what the bowler's going to do, good pitch, they can be in position. And as you mentioned, Ben Callets looked to be ready for that. Almost from the minute the bowler started his run up, he kind of knew what was coming. And yeah, again, one of those ones you don't even have to think about. It's going for 6. It was a big hit to the leg side. So he's moved on to 17, the 150 up for the Knights, 152 for 4, with 2 overs to go. One of those will be bowled by Graham Hume, you would think, but it's going to be Jared Wilson.
I'm just having a look at the scorecard here, and Cade Carmichael's faced 32 deliveries, just 4 boundaries.
Yeah, when you look what he was doing yesterday, 19 deliveries for 55. Almost every ball was a boundary in that innings. Again, another sign of what we're talking about. Just not timing the ball as well yesterday. Back on the same pitch as day 1. It'll be interesting when the Warriors bat later. Is it a little bit too paced now, possibly?
Yeah, good point. I think once we've seen all 4 teams bat on it, then we'll be able to tell you. We've got that luxury of deciding after things have happened. The players have to try and get the measure of things as and when they're out there. Well, I think actually for Cade Carmichael, it's get Ben Callets on strike. He's 17 from just 6 deliveries. Nice cloth this one as well. I don't think it's going to fall into the hands. And another couple of runs. This is the reason he's in number 6. He's supposed to come in at this stage and he's supposed to just look to hit boundaries. Ben Callets, Cade Carmichael, although he has been hitting lots of boundaries, he's more like the anchor in this lineup.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Looking at the lineup, he's got hitters all around him. That's going to go. And he's going to go as soon as that was released from the hand. The slower ball was picked by Ben Callets, and that's car alert.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate there as that was launched whether it was going towards my car or not. I think it went further, so my car is safe. which I know is everyone's main worry, but it was a slower delivery and floated up there by Wilson. And Ben Callets had just extra time to figure out exactly where he wanted to deposit that 6. Straight back down the ground. That'll be 4 more.
Well, you always think the mid-on and mid-off are in business, but not here at the Mardyke. Anything straight. Invariably this week has gone for 4. Very difficult to defend. Straight.
Yeah, well, one of the problems is that you always say you want to hit to the longer boundary. Or as a bowler, you want to get the batsman to hit to the longer boundary. The problem with that is if your longer boundary is square, you can't afford to have your third and fine out as well. So you bowl the short ball, you're aiming to get hit to square leg or cover, and then the top edge comes out. It goes for 6.
That's slower again. And that's deposited again, and the big finish is on here. You talked about it just a few moments ago. And today, it's Ben Callets who's coming to the party for the Knights.
4th 6 for him in the innings so far. And again, the slower ball, just too full. I reckon around the wicket, you bowl that slower ball out at the wide line, then you're in business. Good thinking. Jared Wilson was listening. Closes out with a dot, but it was an expensive spell, an expensive over. 47 from 4 for him. And after 19, Northern Knights 171 for 4.
There is the Knights hierarchy. Head coach Simon Johnson to the left there. There's Brian with them. So yeah, big over there for the Knights. We talked about the last 2. Jared Wilson going for a few in that over, but they'll be looking to Graham Hume now. Step up here. This is something we're going to look for. He bowled really well for Ireland in the South Africa series. Particular over, he bowled 3 or 4 excellent Yorkers right at the death. Can he repeat that here? Or Michael outside off. That is a good Yorker.
Interesting thinking from Carmichael there. I wonder what it is he's trying to make Hume do. Well, that shot of the tent was an interesting one for the Northern Knights. It was Matthew Foster I saw earlier. He said he went for a scan yesterday on his shoulder, and he's hoping that it's going to be good news when he gets the results, but he's not playing today. James McCullum, the other one, who got player of the match in the first day, and he's tanning his shins by the looks of things, making full use of the Cork sunshine. He's obviously got to be in his full kit because he's running the drinks, but he's making use of the sun anyway. Callett's making use of the boundaries out there. Just about doesn't manage to get it all the way. It's Melly out there. Cameron Melly takes the catch, and the Northwest Warriors won't celebrate too heavily. Callett's did a pretty good job, 35 from him, and the one thing Hume did is he made him hit to the longest boundary, gave himself a chance of taking the wicket.
Yeah, that's what we've talked about. Straight has been the way to go all week. Looked as if he got enough on it, but Cameron Millie positioned himself really well there, right in the shadow, which could have been difficult to take the catch, but he was in position and completes the catch, and that could be important. He's getting rid of Callets. 4 balls to go. Tom Mays will come in here.
Yeah, 35 off 12, so like a strike rate of basically 3 a ball. So if he'd face the next 5 deliveries, you think he'd be aiming for a 20 in the over. Tom Mays, a good hitter himself, has 5 deliveries to try and give himself extra runs to bowl at.
Yeah, mid-wicket came up. They're going to move him round to square leg now. And as you'd expect, Big up in the circle. Don't expect Tom Mays to ramp. He's about 6'6", and it's a long way down. So unlikely to be at that. Goes outside off again. Hume follows him. Good bowling to his field. Tom Mays only gets one. Warriors will take that.
I'm always amazed by people saying that it's a long way down for tall people. They have longer arms.
They do.
They have longer arms. Why can't they reach down just the same as short people with shorter arms? Justice for short people.
It's longer to go.
No, I'm not having it. Really good bowling from Hume. Important over this for the Northwest Warriors. He is starting outside off Carmichael, but Hume feels that well, the line obviously moves with him.
That'll be interesting. Hume flicking the ball with a little bit of a shake of the head.
Yeah, he had to wait until he got past Mark Hawthorne. He just about managed to contain it until he got walked past the umpire, then couldn't resist the little head shake. Sliced away. It won't reach all the way to Wilson in the deep, but excellent bowling to your field from Graham Hume.
Yeah, it is. So he's looking for that wide full, wide Yorker length. It's been successful so far. Just the 2 deliveries to come here. 3 for 24 right now. And it will stay at 3 for 24. Just 1 ball left now. You can see the plan for Tom Mays and indeed Carmichael. They're trying to get outside off, access that much talked about boundary. Straight towards mid-on. Good bowling from Hume. Just singles in this over for a 20th. That's excellent. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can is the answer. Much coveted dot ball. An excellent final over from Graham Hume. Excellent figures for him overall. 3 for 24 from the Warringstown man, and the Warriors, I would say, will be pretty pleased with that all in all. 175 for the loss of 5, just 5 wickets, and it'll be 176 for the Warriors to chase. Carmichael finishes on 39, Mays just the 1, and they needed that impetus from Ben Callets at the end.
Yeah, really good innings from him, but a second best final over of an innings from Hume. It's no 0 for 3 in your only over of the game that we saw from Cade Carmichael on day 1, but 1 for 4. It's definitely one that you'll take. Brilliant spell from Graham Hume, who started at the beginning and finished it off. 3 for him. The important wicket of Ross Adair. 2 openers going pretty cheaply. Carmichael, well, he was the engine room of the innings. Topping did well while he was there. 31 each for Topping and Rock, and then Callets was the real power hitter at the end. 35 from just 12 for him, but maybe slightly under par total of 175. Good partnerships there, particularly in the middle. 46, 41, 39. Carmichael was involved in all 3 of those, but he was outscored quite heavily by Topping, Rock and Callets, which I think tells you what his aim was.
7 bowlers today for the Warriors, and McBride again coming back in today to bowl 4 overs, none for 19, didn't get any wickets but was very economical, and just in the middle period there with Robbie Miller, he took 1 for 21. They just squeezed a little bit in the middle and held the run rate back. And the standout, as we've just discussed, Graham Hume, 4 overs, 3 wickets, but just the 24 runs. He bowled up top and he bowled at the end. 3 for 24 from Graham Hume. Excellent spell from him and the spinners. So the match summary: the Warriors won the toss earlier on, and they elected, as every team has done to field first. Sent the Knights in, and the Knights ended up with 175 scores from Carmichael Callets, topping and rocking the 30s. Graham Hume the pick with 3 for 24. We'll take a short break now in mid-innings here. As you see there, will the Warriors slay the Knights in the second half? 176 required. Do join us in a few minutes.
Welcome back. The second innings of this IP20 match is about to get underway. The Warriors did a good job. They bowled first, won the toss, and kept the Northern Knights to 175, so they'll need 176 in reply. And if you're going to try and beat the Northern Knights, you have to play left arm spin very well, because they've got 3 left arm spinners in their lineup. One of them will open the bowling, Matthew Humphreys, and it's Morgan Topping. Oh, excuse me, I've done it. Sam Topping. Sam
50p,
Topping.
50p in the middle.
I can't afford it. Sam Topping and Andy Balbirnie opening the batting. Very good partnership between these two in the Interpros so far this season. So breaking this partnership will be important if they're going to defend slightly below par, I think, total of 175. Tom Mays is in good form with the ball as well. They have lost one of their seamers, which has been a bit of a blow. Matthew Foster injured in the first game that the Northern Knights played on Tuesday.
Yep, I'd agree with that. I think losing out Matthew Foster is a blow, but Matthew Humphreys will start off here to Topping, and I do think you're right. This top order of the Warriors kind of encapsulates how they've gone this week. And they have fired. The team is fired. But yesterday was a struggle. This day they are setting a target yesterday, obviously chasing today. May be able to judge that chase, but I think these two very important. So conversely then, the Knights will be looking to break this as quickly as possible. Half stop and cover from Ross Adair.
Yeah, Andy Balbirnie's been in good form across the 2 games, 26 and 36. I think he'll be hoping he can maybe get a bigger score, but he's been bright and breezy the first 2 games. Conversely, Sam Topping really good on the first day, 67 from 39, but just 10 yesterday. Nicely flighted. Topping happy to just bunt it into the leg side. So 3 singles to start things off for the Northwest Warriors.
Yeah, thought about 2 there initially, but coming off the boundary.
Classic Andy Balbirnie type shot, and a little bit of confusion between the two of them. Sam Topping wasn't too keen to take it, but Balbirnie insisted.
Yeah, I think one of them thought that Callets had got that in his hands cleanly, but it actually popped out. So Balbirnie then called him through for the single, but fairly sedate opening, 4 singles.
Fired in.
Singles.
There was good glove there from Neil Rock, because that would have gone straight to the boundary had he not half stopped it. Paul Sterling stops it. What I was going to say was, this kind of target, you don't have to look for boundaries straight away. So that's clear from how these two started off. Andy Balbirnie happy to play his natural game as opposed to taking on the boundaries too much. Big shout and out. Yeah, looked pretty good. Just the type of shot it was. The speed from Matthew Humphreys through the defences of Andy Balbirnie, who opts to go back and is wrapped on the pad. I said it's a sedate start. It is in terms of scoring, but not in terms of wickets. Balbirnie, a dangerous Balbirnie, goes early. 2 from 3 for him. Northwest Warriors 6 for 1.
Yeah, we mentioned in the previous a wide, then brought the extra ball. In that case, the wide that Rock just got his hand on prevented it from going for 4. That brought Balbirnie on strike. You can see it here. It's a quicker ball coming in with the arm there from Humphreys. His confidence was correct as Johnny Kennedy puts the finger up, and that's a big moment there. We mentioned about the opening partnership for the Warriors has been good. broken through with Humphreys getting his ODI teammate Andre Balburney. There you go, just straight in with the arm. Neil Rock, good from behind the stumps as well, didn't move a muscle, and gets the decision.
Yeah, well, look, we only have the angle from behind the batter at this end, but I reckon even we could have given that out from here. Egan, the new man, out.
Just tinkering with the field as he does. Humphreys, he's going to make Egan wait even further.
Yeah, taking a leg stump guard, so lots of room on the offside for him. Great over to start with for Humphreys. The wide, the only real blemish, 1 for 6 for him so far.
Yeah, he's in a rich form with the ball. Matthew Humphreys just continuing on at the moment. Confidence is there. We often talk about batters in form because it's nice and easy to look at them and see scores and stuff, but when a bowler's bowling well, his confidence is up, and it's certainly the case for the left arm spinner from Lisburn.
Well, it can work both ways, can't it? Because if in the festival, if you're bowling well in the first day and you continue that on, you can gain a lot of momentum because you got back-to-back games. But if things aren't going well, if you feel like the chances aren't going to hand, or you're not maybe executing your plans, or maybe the plan's not coming off, it can be a really difficult one to play 3 games in 3 days. Tom Mays gets a good bit of shape to start off with, just tucking up topping. And he'll come through for the leg bye.
Yeah, I've referenced that a little bit about the festival and why I'm kind of liking the fact that we've got 4 weeks, 4 guaranteed 3 days there of cricket, you know, and you can build a bit of a CV, as it were, in terms of a tournament rather than sort of day here, day there. You can build up a bit of momentum in a tournament. Can work the other way, as you say.
Yeah. Well, what it makes me think of is tour. So if you're in an international team and you go on tour, you've got games back to back. You have to be able to back up performances. And Tom Mays thinks that maybe there was something on that. Not too convincing. But yeah, if you're on tour and things are going well, you've got to make the most of it. If it's not going well, you need to be able to find a way to change your form. So it's almost replicating that with the 3 games in 3 days and 4 weeks in a row. So you get to learn a lot about different players and who might actually survive well on tours, because it's not for everybody. It can be a lonely place to be.
Yeah, sometimes things like that are neglected a little bit in terms of cricket and ability. It's also about your mental fortitude when you're not in your home comforts and things like that. Being away from home can be difficult at times.
Yeah, and one of the things that you need to be able to do is find ways to quiet the mind and reset, and you'll learn those skills when you're away from home for these festivals. Sharp, if that had hit, he's out. I'm not sure that's the best taken single. I think Sam Topping needs to go down and have a chat with Jake Egan. Matthew Humphreys knows that Jake Egan likes to just push singles around at the beginning of his innings, and he was alive to the danger.
Yeah. Rosa there was right on it there, and you can pretty much tell from the exasperation from Rosa there that he thought that would have been very close.
2 left-handers in cover there. I thought it was Matthew Humphreys, but Ross Adair doing him a disservice.
Oh, that's well bowled. Again, just that little bit of shape from Mays. He's excellent with that. Doesn't do too much with it, but just enough to get in the head of the batter.
Paul Stirling ready and waiting there in slip.
The trademark towel.
Yeah. I wonder what the chat was after the game yesterday. from the Northern Knights because they started so well with ball in hand against the Munster Reds, and just saw one of the highlights videos of Stephen Doheney's 150, and for his first 6 I think the score was 12 for 2. And what was so impressive about it was everything was happening down the other end. Stephen Doheney just ignored it all and played his own game. But the Northern Knights, what would they have said about that innings and their bowling performance?
Well, actually, you did tee that up for me, Izzy. I spoke to Neil Rock this morning at the toss, and I asked him pretty much that question, because obviously he did perform well in terms of, you know, at one stage 40 for 4, I think the Reds were. The first thing he did say is he congratulated Stephen Doheney on his performance, as you would, because it was exceptional. But he did point out that he thought that the team on at least 2 occasions could have just won the game, basically. Obviously the catch that went down, Doheney was on 43, I think. But he also said when they were in the batting, they were in the game and probably should have sort of closed it out a couple of points during that batting inning. So he felt that they weren't a million miles, even though they've lost by 40 odd runs, that they weren't too far away from winning that game, and certainly at the start of the game. So they weren't overly critical with the team, but disappointed, I think, that they lost, but can understand that a guy can have a day out, and he certainly did play really well.
Yeah, we were talking about it, weren't we, saying that it can take one player. And it's one of those times when I mean, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate yesterday, saying, oh, you just need one person to come off. It's 42 for 4, but you just need one person to come off. And then it was the one time it did happen.
and some.
Oh, a little leading edge. Jake Egan hasn't looked overly comfortable since going out there. Fielders squeezing a little bit on the single. Inside edge.
Yeah, and again, I feel I'm constantly saying this about batters that struggling to start, and yes, it is always, but some are better at it than others. Do you think Jake Egan does need one of those sort of get off the mark as quick as he can with a good shot to get him into his innings? Seeing that here today. A very clean ball striker when he gets in.
Much quicker. That's the ball you need to be thinking about. Oh, misfield. That is not very pleasing for the bowler. His left arm spin twin, Cian Robertson. A little bit untidy.
Yeah, I'm going to watch Cian Robertson here. He's been sent back, so his back's turned. I thought he was going to walk into mid-on again. He's been sent back to long on, and the hand would come up for an apology because that was a dot ball incoming, but gives away 2 instead.
Yeah, wind picking up a little bit here at the Mardyke, so comfortable playing conditions for the players.
That's how you do it. Field off your own. Well done from Humphreys.
Yeah, don't worry about misfields if you can just do all the fielding yourself. The big question is, at what point does Cade Carmichael come into the bowling lineup? I saw him yesterday after the game. I said, you're my favourite bowler.
I think that's been clear over the last couple of days. We like to see Cade.
Oh, he hasn't got much of that at all, has he?
Just brought Callets into that position. He had been on the boundary, but changed it up to bring in Callets to mid-wicket. I think he's possibly being sent away again. Yep. Humphreys changing up every ball. Very meticulous with his field.
Yeah, I feel for him, he seems to be like almost, he's getting frustrated. They won't do quite what he wants them to do, the offside fielders. Deft touch. Paul Sterling cuts it off. 3 overs gone, 12 for 1.
Yep, 12 for 1 from 3, so obviously just 4 and over. We said that the Knights were probably slightly below par of where they wanted to be. But just 12 off the first 3 overs, that'll in effect push that total from 175 up to 190 odd.
Yep, exactly
You know,
right.
it just gets the momentum change again. So a little bit of work to do for the Warriors here.
See some of the players from the other teams playing this afternoon have come to support maybe some of their friends on the other teams. It's a funny one with the IP setup. Well, there's a steepling chance taken. Really good catch. Excellent stuff from Carson McCullough. Went very, very high and just never got going. Sam Topping. And Tom Mays, well, he's deserved that. He hasn't maybe got all the wickets that he might have liked in the last few days, but big wicket that one. And a good catch taken. Topping goes for 5. And Northwest Warriors in a spot of bother. 12 for 2.
Yep. Everything you've said there, spot on. Topping never really got going today. Actually a nice catch from Carson McCullough. One stage I thought him and Davey were going to have it after you. But Carson McCullough eventually decided it was his catch, and when he did, he committed. Got his hands up and completed that catch to get Mays' wicket. Sees the back of Topping for just 5 from 11. And as you say, 12 for 2. That brings Scott Macbeth out to the middle. Again, hasn't been the most fluent. He's got a couple of scores, but it's like overly fluent. Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, 34 on day 1 from 23 and just 6 yesterday.
6 yesterday, yeah.
I just wonder for the Northwest Warriors, is it a case of they're thinking in the tent, not again. We don't want another batting collapse. Who's going to put their hand up?
Well, we referenced it earlier about how many wickets fell yesterday from the 3rd over. Nicely bowled from Mays, right on the money. Yesterday it was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've lost 1 in the 3rd. Now they've lost 1 in the 4th today. So this history going to repeat itself today, and if it does, it's going to be very difficult for them to win this game.
Yeah. 2 wickets in the power play. Andy Bell-Burney went early in the first over. Just trying to make use of the pace there, Scott Macbeth. Probably a little bit close to him to try and play that shot.
Yeah, just another over. 3 dot balls. And they're going to take slip out here. Paul Stoney's going to come out to try and possibly squeeze rather than look for the wicket at slip. Just talked yesterday about whether that's the right thing to do. You gotta maybe keep going with wicket taking options.
Yeah, I think maybe keeping the slip in would have been a better option, but wants to close things out here, Tom Mays, or maybe the shape is just not there for him. Doesn't feel like the edge is coming.
Yeah, maybe just attack the stumps a little bit more. Just bowl straight. Have that little bit of protection mid wicket where Sterling is gone.
The plan hasn't worked because Paul Sterling are not able to stop the single anyways. You just wonder maybe they could have kept the slip in, but a brilliant over from Tom Mays nonetheless. Just the one delivery to go. I suppose what it does do is if they push it into the leg side, they don't really think they're going to get 2. So cuts off the running between the wickets somewhat. Very splicey.
Yeah, Mays in that over just bowling what you would call a sort of an orthodox line and length in that over. We don't see that very often in T20 cricket. A lot of mix up, but in that over, he's pretty much gone the old top of off. And it's worked out on that occasion with the two reasonably new batters in. Not yet really got the pace of the pitch, even though Egan's been in for a while. He hasn't hit one in the middle yet. As you say, sounds quite splicey there at the minute. So a really good start for the Knights. Wicket for Humphreys, wicket for Mays, 14 for 2.
Keane Robinson into the attack. You just wonder if they weren't chasing a 175, if they were setting a target, would they've maybe tried to put Mays off his line, maybe attacked him a little bit more and lifted over the offside. Clever thinking that from Jake Egan. Great hands as well for his first boundary of the day, and much needed runs for the Northwest Warriors.
Yeah, we've said that about Egan when he hits the ball. Another one of those, a wee bit like I was referencing Neil Rock. Doesn't seem to hit the ball that hard, but it does travel a long way. Lifted that one over cover.
Quicker there, but just about gets the bat down in time. But yeah, it just feels like maybe because they're only chasing 175, playing within themselves a little bit, being worried about getting out rather than taking the game to the Northern Knights. And that's not to say that it's the wrong tactic, it's just to point out what maybe is going through the heads of the Northwest Warriors out in the middle. Through. The change of bowling works out, and the Northwest Warriors once again lose back-to-back wickets. One in the fourth now, one in the fifth. And Macbeth, well, his day is done, his tournament's done. He goes for just one. Northwest Warriors 19 for 3.
Yeah, well, it's actually 3, 4 and 5 now. So we're back to where we were yesterday. Regular wickets for the Warriors. Macbeth again playing around the left arm spinner. Never look comfortable. Robertson. Spin there, not a great deal of spin by the look of it, but just enough. Takes the off stump. Macbeth goes. Very similar tail to yesterday. The only difference is that Balbirnie had got a few on the board yesterday before he departed. That isn't the case today. And the scoreboard is looking poor in wickets and also poor in runs for the Warriors. Just 19 from 4.5. And the run rate's climbed above 10.
Well, good to see the Northwest Warriors captain striding out at number 5. I was wondering, would he hold himself back, because he did wear one yesterday on the shoulder, and by all accounts quite painful. But makes his way out into the middle. I think if we do see a seamer from the other end, they might check out the upstairs, but we won't see it here. One of the best test batsmen that we have.
Yeah, and that's, I'm not saying that he was going to play a test match yesterday, but I thought when McBride came in yesterday, I thought he would try and absorb a little bit of pressure for a while. And I was surprised when he tried to play that shot down the ground and was caught. I thought he would work it around for a bit, but the Warriors, it seemed to me that was their mantra from every player that was coming in. And it's interesting to note, single there for McBride. Let me even get 2. Well, he's placed it. Now we're coming back. It's good running. Pressure on the fielder, and they get back for 2. Yeah, interesting to note that the coach has come in. He has been a coach previously of the Warriors from the Ireland setup, Gary Wilson. And I know that his mantra is go hard and go harder and go harder. So maybe that's what's been filtered through here to the Warriors here, that you just keep going. We were slightly curious yesterday about each batter came in and just kept going, not giving themselves that, even those 4 or 5 balls to set up, but possibly that's just what the instruction is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to hear that that's what Gary Wilson's mantra is, because it's not really how he played himself. He
no.
was a T20 player, he was an Ireland T20 captain, and he was very much a worker. He worked the ball around well, lots of sweeps and reverse sweeps, get up and down the pitch, as opposed to looking to blast the ball to all corners. It wasn't really his game at any stage. But the game moves on. Maybe he's moved on with it.
We want to see change in bowling. Tom Mays, as we say, bowled at, let's call it traditional length. Last over, he's going to be replaced by Sean Davey. He bowled well yesterday. He continues the theme from Mays. Top of off. Egan pushes for a single.
Yeah, he's been really good, hasn't he, Sean Davey? I thought he bowled better than 1 for 43 yesterday, but maybe he got Stephen Doheney'd. He did really well in the first 3 overs, and I think his last one very expensive.
Yeah, and you're right. I think sometimes we can just look at figures, and somebody maybe wasn't at the game just looks at 1 for 43 and says, "Oh,
Yeah,
that's gone for 13 on 14 and over." Not great, but certainly bowled better than that for me.
well, he takes on mid-off, and this time it comes off. Not to be his day yesterday, but he continues on his merry way. Andy McBride, his first 6 today, and I think of the tournament. And welcome runs for the Northwest Warriors. Look out in the tennis courts.
Yep, that's in our favourite area once again. Again, that is a length ball, but McBride decides this time to go after it. Yep, that's been a fairly regular picture for our cameraman looking at the net that is there to try and prevent the balls heading into the tennis courts, but these players have been going. It's a fairly dangerous outfit in the tennis courts at the moment.
Yeah, maybe save your tennis playing till the break between the 2 games. Have a quick game in between overs.
Yeah, I think it's half price at the minute between 10:45 and 1:45.
Yeah, look, I'd absolutely love to see Andy McBride come off here and just give the Warriors a chance. Get this innings up and running. Davey under pressure straight away here. I think he bowled one of the final few overs against Stephen Doheney yesterday, so I reckon, and I could be wrong, but I think he was 1 for 20 or something in his first 3, and then the last over went the real distance.
Good comeback, well done from Paul Stirling there, just cut the angle even though he didn't do the piece of fielding.
Was just thinking, a bit of respect shown by McBride to his white ball captain Paul Stirling. It's odd to see him in the team and not as animated and directing traffic, isn't it? Paul Stirling quiet in the field. A waft.
Yeah, no commitment in that one from McBride. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, your national skippers out there in the T20 white ball format, Paul Stirling. And really, he'll probably not say too much until there's a problem. When there's something negative going on in the team, rather than sort of when things are on top. He'll probably only be called upon when things aren't going well.
A little short arm jab. He's placed this beautifully, Andy McBride. Brilliant timing, and he was in with a chance for a very long time there, Cade Carmichael, but the ball just about beat him to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of timing there. Really flew off the bat, as you say, lots of work. He's quick, Cade Carmichael, but didn't sort the feet there with the dive, maybe. Just at the end, he'd ran a long way, so he was quite tired by the time he got there.
He looks to try and get another 6. Has he gone 1 too many? Tom Mays calls underneath it, takes a good catch and throws the head to the sky. Andy McBride went for 1 too many, and they've lost the dreaded 4th wicket inside the power play.
Possibly just one too many after the boundary. Tries to keep the momentum going. And actually, we haven't seen too many catches in front of us here. Generally, the ball's been sailing over the boundary, but topping earlier. And now McBride mistimes the straight drive. And actually, this time, both mid on and mid off looked at each other, and this time Carson McCulloch pulled out and let Tom Mays take over. Very safe pair of hands, Tom Mays. McBride goes. And the Warriors, you mentioned you'd like to see him go on. Unfortunately, he's gone now. And the Warriors, a little bit of strife now. 4 down.
And 42 for 4 yesterday, 32 for 4 today. Elevated, I think, Graham Hume. What number did he bat yesterday? I don't think it was number 6, was it?
Certainly wasn't. No, I think they sent out again. That was what we'd referenced yesterday. They sent out the hitters one after another. Jared Wilson came in, Cameron Millie came in. There's your card, and it doesn't make great reading. Let's be honest. McBride the only one so far to get the double figures, thanks to the 6 and the 4 mainly, and then 5, 2 and 1 for the other batters that have been dismissed. Just too many wickets too early at the minute for the Warriors. And Egan and Hume can't really consolidate now, because as you see at the bottom of your screen there, the run rate's over 10 already. That's nicely played, but doesn't get all of it.
Well, a minute ago I said that they were 42 for 4 yesterday, Northwest Warriors, and that was actually the Munster Reds. 76 for 4 they were. 76 for 4.
Because the run rate was good, as we kept sort of referring to. It was good, but they continually lost wickets, and that was the problem. And it's the same today.
Yeah, and I think it was actually at that point was the 4 wickets fourth wicket went down, then they lost really consistently. So Graham Hume's been sent out as maybe a level head. And someone who can hit big, but is willing to grind it out a little bit. Floated, beautiful delivery. Nicely placed there from Graham Hume. Gets off the mark with a delicious cover drive. McCullough does manage to cut it off. Doesn't quite have the power of the shot we saw in the last over. McCullough, the 3rd left-arm spinner in the lineup for the Northern Knights. Very unusual to see 3 left-armers in the same team. And in fact, Ross Adair could roll the arm over as well. He's possibly a little bit unlucky to be in a team that already has 3 left-arm spinners. He's unlikely to get a chance himself.
Yeah, he's a little bit different to the 3, although they are quite different themselves. A little bit quicker through the air as Ross Adair, but he can turn his arm over, definitely. Nice ball there from McCulloch. You asked about Graham Hume. He came in at 8 yesterday. I think we said something similar, maybe a calm head coming in here to wickets continue to fall around him.
Yeah, he was out LBW, if you remember, against George Dockrell, and I asked him why he looked so disappointed. Did he think he'd hit it, or what had happened? Because it was at this end, so it was the end that we couldn't really spot if there had been something that happened. But he just said he didn't think it hit his pad. He didn't feel it.
Wow.
Yeah, sedate start for McCullough. Just 4 runs from it. 7 overs gone. 37 for 4. And George Docker was nearby and joined in the conversation, and he was adamant. And then Barry McCarthy says, "You think every single ball's hitting the wickets there." So I don't think we're any closer to finding out what exactly happened, but I reckon it was out. I said it took a funny line if it didn't. Spin from both ends. Cian Robertson replaces the seam of Sean Davey. He was expensive but took a wicket in his opening over, Sean Davey, but they're going to go for a spin from both ends. Look to really strangle this chase.
Yeah. Single down to Carson McCulloch. Yeah, maybe something they've looked at. Warriors have struggled a little bit against spin this week. Up at around 10 and over off the seam, just 6.5 against spin. Plenty of it, as you say, in the night's lineup. Going to see at least 12 overs, you would think.
Well, it just depends on how many overs Cade Carmichael can persuade his captain to give him.
So there's going to be 12 overs of spin then.
I said to him yesterday that I thought he bowled really well, and guess which coach was claiming him?
Which coach was claiming him?
Spin bowling coach Chris Brown.
I was going to say Chris Brown. He claims everybody.
Yeah, he said he's better than he looks. He bowls a lot of slower balls and cutters, and I said no. Of course, we were genuinely saying he did a great job, but never good if you're a little seamer and the spin bowling coach is claiming you for one of his tribe.
I told you yesterday he wasn't a seam bowler. Just ticking through the over here, Robertson. Feel that off his own bowling. He's good off his own bowling, as generally is Kane Robertson. We talk about a lot. Good spinners.
Straight down the pitch from Hume. Doesn't get much of it, but manages to get the single. Just hit it well enough so that he didn't get cotton bowled. Brilliant over from Robertson. Just 3 from it. 8 gone. 40 for 4.
Yeah, you mentioned during the period you weren't on comms, and I was talking to Brokenshire, that you looked down at your phone, suddenly 13 overs were gone. Well, there's 8 gone here already, and just 40 on the board.
The game goes a lot quicker when the balls aren't sailing over the boundary.
Yeah. It has been sort of the way we've been going all week.
1 wicket each for the first 4 bowlers. Humphrey starting off, 1 for 10. Tom May as well. Look at that. Economy of 1.5. Brilliant from him. 1 for 3. Wickets as well for Robertson and Davey. So just 5 bowlers used so far. We may not see anyone else get a go.
Yeah, McCulloch's going to try and join the wickets column here. He can 10 off 13. See that little trademark grip that he has for the bat. Settles down.
That's the reverse out. Trapped in front and gone. It took a long time to think about it, Johnny Kennedy, going through all the checkpoints. And in the end, he's decided, yeah, it's good enough. So the invention doesn't work for Egan. And the Northwest Warriors continue to lose wickets. Egan goes for 10. Northwest Warriors 41 for 5.
Well, I said that Carson McCulloch had the opportunity of joining the wickets, and he has done. So it's 1 apiece for all of the night's bowlers. Yeah, as I was mentioning, 10 off 13. Trying to get a little bit inventive here with the reverse sweep. Gets hit in front, and the appeal comes from bowler and keeper. And the answer comes from the umpire. Egan goes. 5 down for the Warriors. And a long way back.
Boyd Rankin will be sitting in his tent just thinking, we did so well with the ball. Why can't we back it up with the bat?
We talked about it on Tuesday, how well they'd done on Tuesday, and it was in contrast to their form over the past couple of tournaments. They've sort of reverted to type in the last couple of games. Constant run of wickets. I'd be disappointed with that. McCulloch first up.
Yeah, I think Wilson might be disappointed he didn't catch up with it and get a handy 4 to his name. Off the mark with a single.
Yep, feel it off your own bowling. I'll keep going back to it.
Did well to slow it down. Really short, and there's space in between deep mid-wicket and long on. Who will win the race? The ball. So much needed boundary off the bat of Graham Hume. He's just trying to get his timing going, trying to forget what's happening down the other end and get his innings up and running.
Yeah, couldn't have placed that any better. 2 fielders out there. He's bisected them both, as you'll see there with that shot. Really nice. Back live. Caught, and that's a chance, and gone. And it just continues to be very difficult for the Northwest Warriors. They just seem to be finding ways to get out here. Off the back foot and a cut. 2 men in that area. He managed to pick one out in Cian Robertson. After a boundary again, another wicket falls. Hume goes, caught Robertson. McCulloch has 2.
Yeah, going from bad to worse here for the Northwest Warriors. A little bit of pace, but outside off this time. Hume looking to get the ball through that packed backward point area. Good catch. Never easy when you have to move and the ball was coming at pace, so Cian Robertson does a good job. Northwest Warriors not doing such a good job with bat in hand. 47 for 6.
Yeah, 6 down already. Millie and Wilson again. 2 new batters at the crease. It's proving very difficult here. Wilson just on 1. Killer Millie obviously has to face already, even though we said that the Knights were maybe a little bit under par, but they're 175 for 5. The run rate now 11.5, so not only are they behind the 8 ball with wickets down, the run rate's also climbing. So, big job to do. You can tell straight away then. Slip in place. Ross Adair's managed to usurp Paul Stirling. But Paul Stirling does the fielding. Short third man there. Nice ball from McCulloch to finish the over. Another successful one. 2 in it. End of 9. Sorry tail for the Warriors at the moment. 47 for 6.
Yeah, 2 wickets in the over. Definitely not what they will have wanted. Smiles on the faces of the Northern Knights. Not so for the Northwest Warriors. Thinking face on for Gary Wilson, who's wondering, maybe we could be doing a little bit better. What can we change ahead of next week? Because they don't have much time to reset. They won't have to travel as far next week, just going across to Stormont. Then it's their home festival on the following week. No surprise to see the 2 northern teams on first. They get to hit the road before you, Ali.
I'm afraid so, Isabel. It's a very sore subject. Humphrey's back on. Yep. Belfast next week. A little bit easier for myself, but good to be down here in Cork. It's been lovely. 3 days. The weather, as I say, always helps, but Nice place to play cricket here at Cork County. Part of Munster for all they're doing. We talked to Glenn Brokenshire earlier about cricket down here, and that win yesterday will certainly bolster. Seeing he was talking about the under-17s being here to watch it. Be good to see Munster coming through.
A little bit of extra bounce from Humphreys, who comes back, switches ends. Oh, if one win yesterday's bolstered them, then a second win today would really be pleasing for the Munster Reds.
Yep, that will be on this afternoon. Reds against the Lightning, as you say. Players have just arrived to have a look at conditions. That man, Stephen Doheney's just walked past us. I'm sure he'll be itching to get out there again.
Yeah, he's doing his parade of honour around the ground, because I think every single person he comes into contact with is congratulating him, thanking him for the show he put on yesterday.
Well, if you can't milk it when you get 150 win, can you?
I wonder how many different ways you can say thank you for a compliment. 50 up for the Northwest Warriors. Almost half their overs gone and more than half their wickets gone as well.
Yeah, not a good equation, that. Humphreys continuing to bowl well.
Nicely picked gap. Very good using the pace. He was waiting for the quicker delivery, and unfortunately not quick enough to make it all the way to the boundary. They've had to rethink things and scamper back for the third. Well, good thinking from Jared Wilson.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the first ball that's actually pulled up before the boundary this week? There's been very, very few. It's been run to the boundary, especially down that far end.
Yeah, I think that
maybe one or two at that end, just where that ball went. Very few.
It's generally looked like it's accelerating towards the boundary. Lovely left arm spin bowling. Bit of drift in, dip, turn, dot ball to close out that over. 10 gone, 54 for 6.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling again from Humphreys. As I mentioned earlier, he just feels very clear on what he's trying to do right now. Of course, McCullough going to continue. No surprise, having taken 2 in the last. .122 from 10 overs now. Mistimed from Jared Wilson.
Dances down. Can't get going here. Cameron Melly. 1 from 5 deliveries now. Wilson's slightly better. 8 from 5. Need one of these at least to have a good innings. Even better if 2 of them do, to give themselves a hope of chasing this down. I reckon that's hit the pad. And it's just going to do a little bit too much to be able to be reeled in. A welcome boundary.
Yeah, not off the bat. Speared into the next stump there, and it does just clip the pad, as you say, of Melly. And that's more like what we've witnessed, the ball racing away from the fielder and just looking as if it's going quicker and quicker as it gets there. Gets across the boundary and beats the sparing dive of Morgan Topping.
Rare full toss. And it's back-to-back boundaries. Melly, he gets his first off the bat. And an expensive over in the context of this innings from McCullough, with still a couple of deliveries to come.
Yeah, not a great delivery, and he's going to be really critical of McCullough. At times he does throw one of those in occasionally. It's going to be out. Doesn't time it. Straight down the throat of long off. And again, a boundary is followed by a wicket. It's the third time it's happened in this innings. Melly gives McCullough his third wicket. Goes for just 5. And the parade of green shirts to the tent continues.
Yeah, not really in a stable position. Came out of the shot maybe a little bit early. Matthew Humphries takes an easy catch, just rolls it back. Northern Knights are kind of past the stage of celebrating at this stage. 63 for 7. We were talking about Ben Callett's having to do that work at the end to elevate their score. It's looking like they're going to be surplus to requirement, those runs that he scored near the end.
Yeah, not quite short of a par total at the minute.
35 from 12. Be really interesting to see how Leinster Lightning and Munster Reds go about things this afternoon, because it hasn't looked as easy today. Not for any of the batters. I think the standout one for me, Cade Carmichael, who's made it look so easy in the first 2 days, had to grind a lot more today. Ben Callett's showed his power and how useful that can be down at number 6 for the Northern Knights. But the Northwest Warriors have struggled. You saw for the celebration when Matthew Humphries got Andy Balbirnie out, and he felt that was the big wicket, the one that they really wanted.
Yeah, just before that wicket, I was going to just ask you about something we talked about in that night's innings. Let's wait for this ball from McCullough to O'Sullivan, who's the new batter. Yeah, we talked about the fact that Carmichael had been so fluent yesterday, and then today had gone to run a ball, and nobody really had got in, and possibly was this used pitch that we used from day one a little bit different. And I accept that the sample size of maybe the Northwest Warriors hasn't been great, because we haven't really seen too much of attacking stroke play really, but it has looked harder to play through the ball in this innings.
Yeah, well, I think that's usually a signal that the ball's just not coming on as well. So it's a used pitch. I think we used this one on the first day, and certainly towards the end of the second match on that first day it looked like it was a bit too paced. That's obviously just continued into today, so I think we might not get quite as high scoring as yesterday. We'll have to wait and see how the two teams this afternoon go about it, but it might be a case of forget about yesterday and how high scoring it was. This is a different situation here, and conditions can make such a difference. Oh,
It's going to be a wicket out of the back of the hand. They're just finding ways to get out of the back of the hand. It really dipped on Jared Wilson, and rather than going to the boundary, he managed to pick out Ross Adair on the edge of the circle.
yeah, it was very much a case of being got out, though. I think that's the solace for Wilson. He goes for 8 from 6. Slower delivery, completely foxed him through the shot before the ball got there. He just about managed to reach it, in fact, but all he could do is help it into the hands of the grateful Ross Adair.
Just watch this delivery from Davy, how it dips there on Wilson. You can see his heart with his mouth straight away, but the unlucky part of it, as I say, there's acres of space there, and he just manages to pick out Ross Adair, and it's just the way it's going for the Warriors at the moment. Not a great showing from them with the bat. 8 down. So yeah, you mentioned we were talking about that. It's certainly something that, maybe a reason why they're down here right now. They'll be looking and assessing what's going on. I'm sure the coaching staff will be looking at it and making the point that you've made, that let's not look at 200 here as being sort of bar. Let's readjust that and say, well, let's just bat for today.
Yeah, well, we were saying 175 was below par. Maybe it's above, but I think we were thinking day one and day two 190 would be a good total, 200 even better, but maybe 175 is a very good total. Miller, the new man out.
Yeah, Robbie Miller. Now you can see on screen last 5 overs, 30 runs. So not a ball really, but 4 wickets again. Just 11 overs gone, 8 wickets, and I'm starting to look back at games and see how many times teams are getting bowled out here. And, we've only had 11 overs here, 11 and a half coming up. Say 8 wickets down already. Knights bowled out yesterday. Just a few too many wickets for my liking, really, in terms of where we're at.
James McCullum on the field, did the fielding there, the sub-fielder. Not entirely sure who he's replaced.
I think it's Paul Stirling's gone off. Looking round for the towel. I think he's gone off.
Sullivan just pops it into the leg side. The way he was bouncing up and down there, I thought we were going to see the long handle come out, David O'Sullivan, but just pokes it into the leg side. And I was thinking about it there when I'm writing down the figures. He was in at the end. He was the man not out. David O'Sullivan, 11 from 12. And I thought then and I think now he should just look to try and see how many boundaries he can get. And he tries to get a boundary. It's not going to come off. Is it going to fall safe though? Leading edge for O'Sullivan. I think he was aiming towards the tennis courts, but at the leading edge, and it's fallen safe. I haven't seen too much of that from the Northwest Warriors today. Generally, when they've hit it in the air, it's gone to the fielder.
Yep. Gets away with the one there. 2 or 3. Closing in on. I think even Sean Davey thought at one stage he should turn and go after that, but landed safe. Mixed it up there. Back to the line and length to Miller. Another over ticks by. 12 gone. 66 for the loss of 8 wickets. Northwest Warriors.
We saw a 5-wicket haul yesterday. Ben White was the standout bowler for the Munster Reds. Are we going to get an opportunity to see another 5-wicket haul, this time from McCullough? I think he's been replaced, as he? Kean Robertson coming on.
Yeah. McCullough's trips in his way out to the square leg boundary.
Paul Stirling back on the field, so McCullum can go and tan his shins again.
Just having a look at him now. He's putting the fluorescent bib back on. So yeah, Kean Robertson. He's got 1 for 10 from his 2. All the bowlers well happy with their figures, obviously, given the state of play.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than everyone's in the wickets, no one's going for any runs, and you're the one bowler who's been sent round the park.
Not today at the moment. Yeah, I think that's the difference with the left arm spin here, with his difference from the other two, Cian Robertson. He does look to give it a little bit more turn, a few more revolutions with the left arm. And that'll be a wicket. Just as I say that, he drops one a little bit shorter, spins it past Miller. And Neil Rock, a little bit cheekily.
Yeah, makes no mistake, but he enticed Miller to try and having a go at getting back in. He's really committed to the shot though, Miller. 2 from 5 deliveries for him. He's heading back to the tent, and I'm sure he's not too disappointed. He wouldn't be expecting to win this game for the Northwest Warriors, but the 9th goes down, 66 for 9. He is more of a classical left arm spinner, Robertson. Actually, I think he didn't turn it past him. It goes in between bat and pad. Difficult, that one, for Neil Rock. You have to stay in position, lose sight of the ball, so he'll be pleased he grabbed it, especially since it only just about missed leg stump. So good piece of keeping from him. 1 wicket remaining. Josh Wilson out at number 11.
And Sean Davey has taken over the mantle at slip. He's been moved in there. And almost the last rights here for the Warriors. Not been a great batting display from them. And Robertson searching a third. And there you go. Right to that man I've just discussed, Sean Davey. He's cock a hoop. He's taking that catch at slip. Not just the last rights. It's all over for the Northwest Warriors. They've been bowled out for a meagre 66 here. And the Northern Knights have won the game by 109 runs. You mentioned about both these teams are heading up the road after this game. One will be happy, one not so.
Well, both teams will be heading up early, that's for sure. Dismissed inside the 13th over. The solace, I think, for the Northwest Warriors, they did bowl well. I think they bowled to plans. They took wickets, but the Northern Knights, they've bowled even better. Every single thing that they've come up with as a plan has come off. Here's an example of one first delivery. Just looking to prod one back, and yeah, he's claiming it. Sean Davey thinks it's all about him. Wicket goes to the bowler. Two wickets in the final over there, the final over of the game. And the Northern Knights smiles all around because they were put to the sword yesterday. Their bowling units come back strong today. 2 wins out of 3 for them. The Northwest Warriors will leave with 1.
Yep. 2 wins for the Knights, having been put into bat. 2 openers went fairly cheaply, for 13 and 14 respectively. I mentioned Carmichael yesterday. He was 55 off 19. A little bit more circumspect today. We've mentioned the pitch, 39 from 35. Topping and Rock both scored 31, and then the blitz at the end, which we thought was crucial, from Callett's 35 from just 12. Took them to a total of 175 for 5. Good thing from them, partnerships all the way. Through double figures for the first 5 partnerships for the Knights.
Warriors bowled pretty well. Hume in particular, 3 for 24 from him. 2 other wicket takers, O'Sullivan and Miller. Only 5 wickets taken, but they did restrict a really good Northern Knights batting lineup to 175 for 5. I think at the midway point they will have been pleased with their work with ball in hand. Andy McBride in particular, he had brilliant economy, 4.75, just 19 from his 4 overs. But in reply, they just couldn't get going. The Warriors with bat in hand. The wickets fell early and they fell consistently. Only 3 players making it out of single figures, and absolutely nobody got going. A few extras saving a few blushes. They managed to get to 66. No partnerships of note. Melly and Jared Wilson managed to get to 60, and that was the highest partnership. But all in all, a below par batting performance.
As opposed to the Knights, most people would say their batting is their stronger suit, but today Their bowling comes to the fore, and everybody basically has bowled well. Economy rates fantastic. 1 wicket for Humphreys and Mays, 3 for Robertson, 2 for Davy, and 3 for McCulloch. So 7 wickets for the spinners, 3 for the seamers. There's your match summary. Put into bat, the Knights amassed 175 at the halfway point. Thought that was a little short. Didn't prove to be the case. Their bowling unit really came out to the party today, and they've bowled out the Warriors within 13 overs for just 66, and they win the Northern Derby by 109 runs. This afternoon then we will have the Leinster Lightning taking on the Munster Reds. Stephen Doheney back in action. Why not tune in to us just before 3:45 when we will see that game between the Lightning and the Reds. For myself, Ollie McKelman, and Isabel Joyce, join us then at 3:45. Until then, it's goodbye.